Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and yes, I can be closer to on time sometimes. Thanks for the vote of confidence in the chat, yes. Speaking of the chat, who do I have in the chat? I have Kibbs with Retro. Hey, Kibbs. Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. Hi, Scarlet. Frank S. Hi, Frank. Joe's Computer Museum. Hi, Joe. Gutbomb. Hi, Gutbomb. We have Ian. Hey, Ian. How's it going? We have Sorcerer Stan. Hey, Stan. Retro Tech or Die. Eric Sedge. Hey, Eric. And again, hi, Mike. Yes. So, today, I have 3 286s in the basement. They are somewhere in the basement. They are not necessarily on the bench right now. In fact, the 286 desktop that was on the bench from Dave's stream is actually not on the bench right now because I did a little prep work this afternoon, only because I did not want to spend 30 to 60 minutes of quality time with everyone's favorite rotary tool, the Dremel. So I did some prep work instead. So if anyone wants to know what it sounded like, all right, there you go. I didn't want the flack, and well, quite honestly, it let me take care of the dust better. And yeah, so of course, don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, smash that like button, all the YouTubey things. Yes, and Coffee goal is, well, moving very slowly this month. Yada, yada, yada. Let's see here. Let's go to table cam. What did I have some quality time with the Dremel with? Well, these were 2 perfectly good-looking Dallas... Well, actually, I guess I've got them upside down. Dallas DS1287 modules. I have found the terminals inside of the module for the battery. Oh no, Ian caught con credit Midwest. Oh, sorry to hear that, Ian. He blames all the bees in the free pile. Ron! Alright, so why in the world would I hack up 2 perfectly dead Dallas DS1287 modules? Well, first of all, the battery in them is dead. Probably died before the year 2000. That would be my guess. Well, second of all, on Dave's stream, I took a look at my new Emerson 500 EC computer, new to me, and I was trying to get it to work with this module here, which I think this is... don't let looks deceive you. I think this is a Glitchworks board on a benchmark module. No, actually, I think that's actually the one from Glitchworks. So that's actually a Dallas 12885 with a Glitchworks board on it. There's the benchmark module with a Glitchworks board. I tried that. I even tried, and oh, actually, it's probably in a board somewhere. But I have a Dallas 12887. I tried that in the Emerson 500 EC. Well, okay. Apparently I set... Oh, here it is. I tried this one in the Emerson 500 DC. And what happened? All right, well, this one, probably no surprise because it was made in 2010. Apparently the battery's running low. Shocker. So the Emerson 500 DC gives you a low battery error, defaults the settings every time you try to boot it, warm or cold boot. Well, these two, of course, have dead batteries, so of course those get an error. Oh, these two, these get especially lovely faults. Don't let the missing battery fool you. These, the computer will actually see the module. You can actually go into setup. You can set the settings. You can reboot, and then it prompts you for a password. Apparently, these are incompatible with it. You can go look at the datasheet I found from Maxim's website that got archived by the Internet Archive. I suspect that the BIOS in the Emerson 500 DC is either accessing the wrong memory partition and reading garbage and thinking that's a password, and I'll never be able to guess it because it's from garbage characters in the NVRAM of the module, or something like that. So, that led me to take its original Dallas module, which is right here. Ignore the green. I started to put some of that solder mask on the exposed pin and then realized it was not working that well. So that green is actually solder mask I tried cleaning off. It's not corrosion. I did not hit the battery. And then this is for the other 286 motherboard that we'll be looking at momentarily. I went ahead and dremeled down to the tabs. I did, there's the ground tab. You can kind of see I did expose the edges of some of the other pins, which is why I was trying to solder mask over the exposed pins, but that wasn't working that well. I'll just have to use hot glue. And then I went ahead and cut the battery pin on the chip side to break the connection to the battery internal so that the battery lasts longer. I spared you the of the Dremel. There's the Dremel bits I had on my bench. In fact, if things look a little dusty, it's because I was dremeling. I got wire. I got the modules. Somewhere on my workbench, I've got battery holders. We're going to mod one of these, and yeah. Yeah, Ian says, even though they look sad, they're about to get a lot more energized. Yes. Now, I on Monday realized, I wish I had some battery holders. And Amazon was giving me sad delivery dates for all the battery holders they had in stock. So I was like, okay, I'll kludge something together. It'll be fun. So I'm going to take a through-hole battery holder and I'll solder wires to it and I'll fix the mess later. I'll probably get something that looks nicer. So I'll probably cut these batteries a bit long. I don't have a hot glue gun, so I'm just going to hope I don't break the wires. Anyways, yeah, let's get to modding these modules because have a feeling that oh, my safety glasses are smudged. Hold please while I clean the safety glasses with my shirt. Well, if it gets really bad, I'll go upstairs and grab a lens cleaning wipe. I apparently... Oh. Okay, that pair needs cleaned because I've gotten something more on them than my shirt will clean off. Hold please while I go grab another pair of glasses. There we go. All right. Nothing that just going ahead and grabbing a brand new pair can't fix. There we go. Why I keep spares on hand. let's see here. Let me turn on my smart outlet so I can solder. Let's see here. Soldering. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to get a little. Go ahead and tin the where I want to put the wire. First I'm actually going to. Actually, I wanted to check a couple of these pins because I thought they had solder. Okay, maybe the pins are just bent. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm modifying both of these is because this came out of the other 286 motherboard, and I was half wondering if all the problems I've been having with it are because it is possibly also not compatible with every clock module I've tried sticking in it. So I thought I would go ahead and mod both modules. And that way, also, if I realize I messed one up, at least I still have one. So, oh, hey, Francois. Yeah, we're gonna... Yeah, I kind of wanted to just use a replacement module because they look nicer, but this Emerson 500EC computer apparently only wants its original module. Now, of course, if you go look at the Maxim datasheet from when Maxim owned Dallas before Maxim got bought by Analog Devices, I believe. The Maxim datasheet admits that the 12887 is not compatible with all computers because some of them, the BIOS will access the wrong memory partition on them. And I don't know how that's possible if they're drop-in compatible, but I haven't extensively studied the datasheet. So I'm sure it's possible. Also, the other thing that the Maxim datasheet says is that I now forgot what it said, the other comment. It also warned that I guess some computers don't like the Century bit. Why is this? Oh, okay. Hold please while I grab the... I've got a couple pieces of solder on my workbench, and I grabbed one that did not look like the leaded solder I normally use. Oh, hey, Jim's retro stuff. So, alright, so hopefully I can tin these pads. Okay, this is weird. Alright, doesn't seem to want to be taking solder. Oh, there we go. Alright, I think it's taking solder. Possible I may have to maybe take the fiberglass tip or pin or something to it. It might still have some epoxy residue on it. Yeah, that is not... Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. That took solder there. It's just a little bit. And yeah, it probably has something to do with the registers or however they set the registers up. It's supposedly drop-in compatible, but that statement was probably made with the assumptions that maybe the data sheet of the 1287 was followed to the T. Maybe that was just assuming that most things using this clock module, it's a drop-in replacement, but if you did something weird, sorry. I mean, after all, the, oh, there we go. I think I got, there we go. I'm just trying to tin them, thinking it might make my job easier. So that one took a little solder. Yeah, or someone thought they weren't using a feature, so they removed it. I haven't gone to compare the 1287 datasheet and the 12887 datasheet. Anyways, yeah, I linked the Maxim datasheet should be, it's on archive.org, but I put the link in the description if anyone's curious what the datasheet says. So, yep, this is probably going to be a fragile mod until I can hot glue these. I don't have a hot glue gun, so I'll probably have to very carefully take them to work. There's a hot glue gun in our innovation station. So I will Francois says, reminds me of the ATI IXP chipset, which made BIOS freeze. Turns out they had a bug in the single shot timer in the Antic PC timer emulation. Then I got a mail asking, why do you use the mode? Gutbomb says he didn't have a Dremel at the time he needed to do this, so he used side cutters and a file. Yeah, that also would work. It would have probably... I decided I would go for the Dremel. Alright, so I'm just cutting some lengths of wire. This is just some cheapo wire I have. It should be plenty sufficient gauge for this mod. Because actually, probably when I can get some better battery holders, I'll clean the mod up. So I'm just going to use some wires, and at some point I will manage to remember where I saw the battery holders on my workbench. Because they are somewhere. Also, I'm hoping I find the wire strippers. Oh, there they are. All right. So let's see here. I think these are probably 24 gauge. Yeah. All right. So there's those two wires. Those I'll put on the battery holder end. And let me see if I can cut a shorter piece. Probably what I'll do, I'll solder these, and then I'll probably put some Captain tape. Just add some stress relief. All right. There's that. And, oh yeah, I could probably, yep, I could imagine the file, and yeah, I decided I would just do the dremeling beforehand so that it didn't suck up valuable live stream time. Oh, hey, Steve. Steve is here. All right. Let me see if I can't add some, go ahead and tin the So Steve is probably wondering what I'm doing. I'm adding a battery to the original DS1287 that was in the Emerson 500 DC, as well as the Western Digital motherboard. I'm actually doing this mod on 2 motherboards, or to 2 clock modules, because I think I've pretty much figured out the Emerson 500 DC appears to... Oh, I remember what the other note in the datasheet was. So the Maxim datasheet did admit that some computers require the clock chip to be pre-initialized at the factory. So it is quite possible that the Emerson computer might be suffering that problem, but I won't know until I try the try putting the original clock chip back in. It is quite possible that the password Ian says, Steve caused me to become part printer. Oh, hey, Jesse. Jesse said, oh, and hey, Jubsy. Jesse says, the image writer is so exclusive that only 3 YouTubers in the world have them, Mac84 and probably 2 other guys. Turns to the left and stares at image writer. Well, apparently you just identified one of those YouTubers that has an image writer. Congratulations. It doesn't plug into a 286, so it will not be making an appearance tonight unless we really get... Eric picked up a style writer that was on the free pile. Yeah, I picked up a style writer that was on the free pile at the System Source Swap meet, so Steve was probably like, oh, well, better Justin than me. All right, so I am going to try to solder this and show it on the stream. All right. There's so that's the positive wire. If anyone was interested, it's the one closest to the dot. And then here's the negative side, negative terminal. Well, I hope that's enough. Well, that's not a lot of solder, but hopefully it's making contact. Well, I'll know. I guess I'll know shortly. I'm hoping this one. I think that. So that's why I pretend these, so I could just. Steve stopped counting his image writers at 12. Oh, hey, Sloopy. Oops. All right. Okay, having a little trouble here. Try adding some more flux, and I might have to add a little more solder. I don't know that I think this is the one I had trouble tinning, so let me see if I can't. There we go. Now let me see if that will. There we go. And yes, that wire does get quite warm. All right. I am about to be transmitted at 1,000 kilohertz. Don't know what that means, Joe. Either that or my bit rate is... All right, there we go. Oh, John's here, big bad biologist, and Sloopy. Hey, Sloopy. And Robert McKay. Robert asked a good question. Any concern the original battery might leak out the Dremel holes in the side? I think there's still more epoxy to go before you get to the battery. It is probably still maybe somewhat of a concern, but it is one of those lithium cells which are less prone to leaking, but also the computer, at least one of the computers that I'm repairing this for, it will not work with any other module. I've already tried. It needs an actual DS1287. It won't work with a 12887. It won't work with a Necroware module. It won't work with a Glitchworks module. It needs the 1287. So this is kind of one of those, in order to use the computer, I have to make this mod. Therefore, I can always pull the module before putting it in storage, so at least the module's not in the motherboard should the battery leak. But it's kind of one of those, this is the only way that I can get this to work. I get this computer to work is to give it its old module back. So, all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a surface mount or a through-hole battery holder, and I'm just going to very delicately solder it, and I'm looking to see if I have any heat shrink tubing that's small enough, and I think the answer is no, because I used it all last time, and I forgot to order heat shrink tubing. Well, actually, it's more like, well, I guess I did forget to put it in my cart. I was going to wait until, like, the end of this week to place an order. All right. So this battery holder is just one that I think was really expensive, but doesn't look that great. Joe is piping computer audio into an AM transmitter he's designing. Okay. Therefore, I'm being transmitted at 1,000 kilohertz. Well, that would explain the static I suddenly started hearing in my ear. Oh, wait, that's probably just the tinnitus. Oh, hey, Thomas Armstrong. All right. I don't like this wire. It is not the greatest wire. Anyways, so hopefully that answers the question. Am I concerned about the battery leaking? Maybe somewhat, but this computer is not usable. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. So some people would probably ask, well, why do you need the clock? Why do you need the clock in the first place for a retro computer? It's not like you're doing anything important, critical, blah, blah, blah. Well, in this case, the Emerson 500 DC, at least, if it doesn't have valid CMOS settings, it defaults. It goes to default settings, and the default setting is boot from ROM. And the only thing in ROM, it's okay. So it has DOS 331 in ROM, which I guess isn't that bad, but that's like all that's in ROM is DOS 331. There's like no, it's not like there's any other apps in the ROM. It's not like you can put apps in the ROM. You get DOS 331, and practically it's just like the command prompt. There's no extra apps in ROM. I mean, you could get to the floppy drive, but the problem is when it defaults settings, it goes to the default floppy configuration, which is a 5 1/4 inch 360K drive as the A drive. So, and actually, I believe the A drive in the computer. Well, okay. So I think that would work with the A drive as configured. I think it's a high density drive. So therefore, well, yeah. I call that like limited functionality without being able to save the CMOS settings. So that's why I'm doing this, because in order to try to do anything meaningful with the computer. And again, this is a guess. I mean, I could mod this module and find out that it still asks me for a password, because it might turn out that this is one of those computers that they never figured out how to fix a bug in the BIOS. They just said, "Oh, well, we'll do this in manufacturing," and it might still ask me for a password. I might go through all this trouble. It still might ask me for a password, and then I'll be posting the BIOS on like the VCF forums or the Vogon's forums and asking, "Pretty please with sugar on top, can someone who knows 286 BIOSes please disable the password check in this BIOS? Thank you." Actually, I might do that anyways, because actually, it might be nice if the BIOS didn't like just decide to go to default settings. All right, I don't know why in the world I'm just decided to clean the flux off this one before I solder the other one and just clean them both at the same time, but whatever. It's my live stream and my brain will do what it wants to do. There we go. Okay, so there we go. We got one totally not suspicious looking Dallas real-time clock module. Yeah, totally not something that Action Retro Sean would do. Totally not. Oh, hey, Adam. 3 time zone changes in 2 days. Wow. Totally not something Action Retro Sean would do. So, yeah, anyways, for anyone thinking this looks like the total jankiest of solutions, yeah, I already tried the better ones on Dave's stream. They didn't work. When I pull the motherboard over here, I will actually show everyone exactly what it does with the other modules. That way, at least I have a record in the live stream in case I then manage to find someone that might be able to, might know BIOSes better than me, and might be able to maybe make a patched BIOS that does a few things differently for the computer, like maybe just doesn't have password, because the password system on this motherboard is like ridiculous. I think this is a computer you would buy in a department store, and yet it has users in the BIOS. So you can like have up to 20 users of the computer with different passwords and different privileges for like the COM port and the parallel port and the disk drives and booting and BIOS settings, and it's like completely ridiculous. So I could totally see that I'm going to find out that this thing, the BIOS was initialized at the factory, so that'll be sad. Hey, Ryan. Ryan's going to send me some Dallas clock replacements, and yet the whole reason I'm doing this is because I managed to find a computer that apparently does not like the Dallas replacements. All right. Yes, if this actually does work, I will clean up. I'll clean it up later. I want to get some better battery holders. Probably some that has stranded wire so that the wires are not like just like, well, I guess at least this has the advantage of I don't have to worry about the module shorting the motherboard out, because the wires are going to keep the module in the air. All right. So now I have two DS1287 modules that theoretically I have not destroyed, and that theoretically if I put a battery in them, they will start counting time and saving settings. And yeah. They totally don't look like something Action Retro Sean would make. All right, let's see here. Can a month be dedicated to image writers already? Oh, all right. That was just a bottle of contact cleaner. Nothing to see here. Move along. All right. Oh, Eric was... Okay, so let's pull the Emerson 500EC motherboard onto the workbench. I have moved it off to a safer spot in the basement. All right. So I will do because I think it was on Dave's stream when I did a quick walkthrough of the features of this board. So I will, for your all's benefit, I will walk through the features so that you all can see the wonderful features of this motherboard. It has some interesting things about it. Also, I may have upgraded the RAM during Dave's stream. In fact, I did. This is RAM I bought at the System Source Swap Meet. So, the Emerson 500EC has a 16 megahertz AMD processor. It's a 286. It has the Headland. Looks like this is the HT101A, GC102, and HT113. I don't know exactly which chipset that is. It does support EMS memory, and there is a driver available. So if I have any program... Actually, I've got some games that need EMS memory, so I think they'll run on a 286 as well. So, it does have onboard IDE and floppy. It has a connector here that I have no idea what it does. That's the ribbon cable here for the... it's kind of... my head's blocking it, I guess. For the front panel connector. The keyboard connectors here on the front you can't see. I think one of these chips is the speech chip, because yes, this computer actually talks, unlike the 8000 EC that was supposed to talk and doesn't. There's the keyboard controller. Here's the socket I installed on Dave's stream for the real-time clock. The pins that are missing are... there is no hole for those pins on the board. So I think here's the 24 megahertz crystal for the processor. Here's the 14.31818 crystal. It has two AM27C010 EPROMs because it has DOS and ROM. So yeah, these are like much larger EPROMs than a 286 would normally have. This is like the world's cheapest 32 megahertz oscillator. This is my Cirrus Logic video card because there was no video card in this computer when I got it. And now I think it's time to, well, first kind of straighten the pins, but I might as well put the original clock chip back in. All right, let me make sure I didn't, all right, I think all the pins are in the socket. There we go. Yes, and I put 8 megabytes of RAM in it because why not? Because 8 megabytes of RAM is a totally reasonable amount of RAM for a 286. Prove me wrong. I don't care what the internet says about you don't need 8 megabytes on a 286. I have the spare Sims. I'm going to put them in the computer. Because the Sims don't do me any good sitting in a bag on the shelf. Now, tell me that isn't a reasonable reason to put 8 megabytes of memory in a 286, because I can always pull some out later. Although I have to remove the motherboard to remove it, so you probably are going to call my bluff. It's staying. If I leave it in there, it's staying. Gut Bomb says the password is 8 megabytes is too much. Yeah, funny. Yeah, if that is the password, if it does ask for a password and that works, although it only allows 8 characters, so I'll type as many characters as I can in. Yeah, that would be funny. Actually, that really wouldn't be that funny, but anyways. Oh, the good news is my Dremel battery's charged, so the other good thing about me doing the dremeling off camera is the battery was going to die. That would have been a non-fun live stream. Oh, there we go. Oh, you can't see what I'm seeing. So I do know the motherboard works. So it's the Quadtel HT113-286 BIOS version 3.05.09. I'll have to check the. Give it. It does. 8 megs is as much as it supports. System battery is dead. Okay. Oh yeah. It would help if I installed the battery, wouldn't you think? But at least that is a good sign that I got the system battery is dead error. So that probably means it sees the clock module. So let me turn it off. Let me put in a battery real quick. All right, and let's turn it back on. Yeah, Adam says if my SE30 can have 128 megabytes, you can put whatever you want in your lowly PC. All right, more battery, yes. Okay, I have put the battery in the Dallas module. Let's see what it does. Oh, also, as a spoiler alert, this computer is not Y2K compliant. Also, it counts up RAM slowly. While we wait for that to count up, let me there was a here we go. I'll CMOS checksum bad, run setup. Oh, that's good. Okay, F2. Checksum is invalid, default values will be loaded. Setup. That is definitely good. Because some of the other modules I've put in, the date defaulted to a non-existent date. You cannot put a year 2000 in here. And see, the current time would be 2047. We'll do that. See here, ROM, fast, system and ROM, video and ROM. Let's see here. I don't have any floppy drives plugged in right now, so let me go ahead and turn that off. Let me go ahead and turn COM1, COM2, parallel port. Okay, save configuration. Escape. Let's go to diagnostics real quick. That's fine. Nothing you can do. Test. Test present devices. All right, let's see what. Okay, that's good. Real-time clock passed. Oh, no, we're not going to wait for the memory test. All right. Okay, now here's for the moment of truth. Is this silly computer going to ask me for a password? We'll skip the memory test. And it asks me for the password. Drats. And that's even with the original module. Great. Just great. Eric says 12345. 12345. Invalid password. Let me see. Let's see. Gut Bomb gave me one to try. 8 MB too much. 8 MB too much. Invalid password. Any other guesses? Scarlett says press enter. Enter does not work. All right, system disabled. Now I gotta hard reset it. You get 3 attempts and then yeah, you get 3 attempts and then it hard locks the system. Oh, well, okay. So I tried to go into setup and it requires the password. Emerson, capital E. Invalid password. Adam McGee says, find the reset jumper on the board. The reset jumper on the board is on a ribbon cable, and I'd have to plug the faceplate in, and it's a fragile cable. So, can you get into the BIOS to see if it at least saved? No. This is exactly what it was doing with the other modules. So, apparently, this BIOS must require data to already be in the clock chip. That is the only thing I can guess. Okay, Sorcerer Stan says admin with a capital A. Invalid password. There is no CMOS reset on this board. That's like one of those missing pins would be where the CMOS reset would be. Admin, supervisor, or quadtel. Well, it's not quadtel. Supervisor's too long. Eric's Edge says admin in all caps. All right. Or in all lowercase. Okay, well, let's try all caps. Invalid password. Let's see, lowercase. Invalid password. Francois. Nope, not that one either. Robert McKay says admin123. It would help. I'm probably going to have to upload the BIOS to a forum and have someone decode the code. Not admin123. Adam, the only jumper on this board is for which oscillator to supply the floating point unit. That is like the only jumper on this board. Is there a setup disk? No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, there is a possibility. I guess I could try the other DS12887. But I suspect that considering it's not complaining about the battery, I successfully modded this one. And the funny thing is, now, I'm going to put this other battery in, and someone's probably going to be thinking, well, why don't you just go in and set a known password so that when it asks you for the password, you'll enter the password you set? Well, I I tried that on Dave's stream, and although I will try it again with this clock module here, just in case. BIOS, CMOS, or password. Jesse, this isn't an AMI BIOS. Phoenix bought Quadtel. However, that would have been after this BIOS was made, I believe. Oh, you know, it would probably help if I'd put batteries in these modules. I just put the other module in, that's why it's complaining about the battery being dead. Alright, let me turn the computer off momentarily so I can put the battery in. There is no motherboard model that I can tell. I mean, seriously, I'm probably going to have to... It's probably going to come down to me putting the BIOSes somewhere where someone can, like... Alright. So let me show you here. CMOS checksum's invalid. I put the other module in. Setup. I'm not going to even bother with the date or time. I'm not even going to bother with the... Oh, save configuration. So if I go to system security and I set the password, all right. So I set the password here, 12345. Changes have been saved. Well, maybe let me go to the next value. Let me set a user here. All right, well, let me set a password for user 1, and I'll set it to 54321. All right. Could be a setup year. Maybe 1990? That's the date of the BIOS. I guess I could skip the memory check here. All right. It's asking for a password again. All right, so let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's one of the passwords I set. Invalid password. 54321. Invalid password. Admin, all lowercase. Yeah, I did try that. I'll try it again. System disabled. Well, Stan, the problem is this BIOS predates Phoenix acquiring Quadtel, I believe. All right, let's see. Stan is telling me to try computer. All right, I haven't tried that. Invalid password. Someone said try BIOS, CMOS, or password. Well, BIOS, invalid password, CMOS. Nope. Yep, Quadtel was bought in 1992. Yep. At least the good thing is I just confirmed from an old knowledge base article from Microsoft's website. I should be able to run Windows with this version of the BIOS, assuming I can actually get to boot DOS. Because you probably noticed the fact that it's like the password is not woof either. AMI, that would be totally hilarious. No, it's not AMI. I have tried password. Password. System disabled. The only thing I haven't tried, because I don't know what the company name is some derivation of the OEM for this computer, because I don't know who made this for. Yeah, I'll dump the BIOSes. Yeah, this board's not on the retro web. I did just realize I meant to take a picture of this board with the original Dallas module before hacking it up, but I forgot. Oh well. Ryan, there's a problem. Can I pull the BIOS chip and put in a new one flashed with a vanilla version of the BIOS? Well, there is one problem with that. I have no vanilla version of the BIOS. Thomas, I can't. I don't know if G setup would work. The moment I set settings in the setup, which is not supposed to need a disk, because Control-Alt-S gets you to setup, it asks for a password. I don't know if that would work either. I don't have either of those on a disk image. The thing is, the only way I'm going to be able to boot a floppy disk is to have a working. This computer will not retain settings without a working battery. However, every module I've tried with a working battery, it asks for a password. So there is no way to boot this computer into anything but the ROM. And in order to use the computer and the ROM, the only floppy drive type I can use is a 360K 5¼ inch drive as drive A. That's it. Yeah, I found that. Oh, yeah. I linked that video in my description. It's running 3.10.2 ROM BIOS. I wonder. I'm tempted. I guess I could be tempted to leave a comment on their video if they have any way of dumping their BIOS and submitting it to the retro web. Because maybe there is a bug in this version of the BIOS. Yeah, that's the problem, Gut Bomb. That is the problem. Well, there's a second problem. The BIOS chips are 27 CE010s. I know that complicates replacing it. Ryan says there should be a generic one that will work. Well, yeah, but then there's absolutely nothing special about this computer. This computer will not talk without the original ROMs. Because I think the only place it talks is during startup. And the only reason you haven't heard it talk is the speaker's unplugged. Although I'm quickly figuring out that about my only option is probably to replace the BIOS on it. Alright, let's see what I can find. The other problem is the fact that these are 27 CE010s. Also, the other problem I have is I don't know that I have any blank EPROMs of the correct size. Of course, not that I'm not necessarily going to run into that problem again tonight. I didn't have a chance to erase some EPROMs. Well, if this was the HT12 chipset, then there is a Mr. BIOS available, but this is not the HT12. This is the HT113. And oh, Tom Armstrong just sent me something. Well, this doesn't have basic and ROM. I would have to. It doesn't have basic and ROM. I can't type a basic program in. All right. Does it talk when you enter an incorrect password? Well, I'd have to plug the speaker in to see. All right, let's plug the speaker in. Wouldn't that be funny if it says some helpful diagnostic message that I haven't heard because the speaker's not plugged in? That would be horrifically ironic. Okay. I am currently looking for the speaker. Hold, please. Oh, there it is. Alright, I'm trying to remove the speaker from the case. And the only reason I'm trying to do that is because it's a non-standard speaker pinout. Well, hopefully I didn't just damage the speaker. Although, the problem isn't that it's like a proprietary speaker. It's just a non-standard pinout. It's just a standard 8-ohm speaker, but it's on a 2-pin connector. Okay, so I have plugged the speaker in. Let's see what it says. If anything. Alright, Ryan's... This is not an 8286 ECV. This is a 500 EC. The computers look nothing alike. Although that is quite ironic. Although I wonder if it uses the same BIOS. Well, the problem is, Ryan, that post doesn't have... Yeah, it just told me to please enter my password. No. N-O.
Invalid password.
Yeah, apparently it does tell you invalid password.
Please enter your password.
No.
Invalid password. Please enter your password. Access denied.
Yeah, it does. Oh, Gutbomb just sent me a link to the BIOS in, a BIOS in Discord. Gutbomb, that's not a good version of the BIOS. I mean, sure, I can try to program it on some EPROMs and see what happens, but the problem is version 3.05, any version of this BIOS before 3.05.09, you can't boot Windows. Or at least it says that about the Emerson BIOS. But the interesting thing is that BIOS version number is very similar. I mean, I can try it if I've got EPROMs, but I can't guarantee it's going to work. And I won't be able to run Windows. And, well, that would be sad. Let's see here. Let me figure out what size EPROMs I need. Then I gotta see if I've got them. And all right, so let's see, 32 times 8. So I need 27 C256s. And I need to double check the pinout. So C256. Pinout. And then I need the 27C010 pinout. Ah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, so I'm going to have to use 27C010s. Oh, wait, no, maybe that's not a problem. No, that is a problem. No, because VCC is on pin 32. Okay, that's not going to work. Oh, hey, Jeremy. Okay, let me at least archive these old BIOSes and let me figure out if I can, if I read them, let me see if I can tell where the BIOS code is on the chip. But I don't think I've got any blank 27C010s. So and I'm only doing this to okay. Well, got bombed. That would actually, yes, Ryan, this oh wait. Well, that looks suspiciously like my board. No, that's not quite right. I see one, I do see one big major difference. That board that's pictured on the Vogon's driver library, which I'm looking at a bigger picture, is missing the sound circuitry. So, oh, now I know what chips are used for the speech part of the board. Okay, well, that's interesting. All right, so I bet this BIOS on the Vogon's driver library is not going to support speech. And it's also one of the bad versions of the BIOS that won't be able to boot Windows. But I guess I can give it a try. It does at least have the added benefit that it's actually will fit on a 27C010. However, I don't have any blanks. Well, I mean, the BIOS could have this sound stuff in it. It's possible that it's one BIOS for both boards. But maybe it could let me set the password. Well, the problem is, I don't know if I've got any 27C010s that are blank. Notice the comment wasn't, I don't have any 27C010s. It's, I don't think they're blank. Well, I mean, honestly, if I have to put a different version of the BIOS in this board to set the password, I don't, well, actually, the problem is I don't want to set a password on this board. I don't want a password. That's really the crux of the problem. I just want to use the computer. Um, all right, well, let me pull these chips. Let me read them because they'll get archived on the retro web. Even if they have the bad habit of asking for a password when you replace the real-time clock module. But I guess I'll probably post on the, I don't know, maybe the VCF the VCF forums or the Vogons forums one, and see if someone can like remove the password check altogether from this BIOS. All right. No. All right. 27C010. I mean, I've got some 27C010s, but they're not. Oh, that's weird. AM27C010. AM27C010. ID error. Why in the world am I getting an ID error? That's bizarre. Oh no. Oh, the problem is the text strings are probably compressed and encoded. Okay, you can't see what I'm seeing, but I'm scrolling through the BIOS. I just read the even by chip. I mean, it looks like it read out. I probably won't know until I grab them both and all right, so let me save this. All right, so let's see. Download. So this is Emerson 500 EC 3.05.09 even. All right, I just read the even chip. All right, I'm not gonna actually put that back in the socket because I'll. Let me see if I can find the EEPROM and. All right, and here's the odd one. Let me clear the buffer. Let's see, file. Clear current buffer. Read. All right, save. Browse. Paste. Odd. Okay, so I've read them out. I guess if there's anyone in the chat that would like to investigate those, I can practically put them nowhere in short notice. Well, I guess if you want to take a look at them, just send me a message. I'll on Discord, and I'll send them to you on Discord. All right, let me find my EEPROMs. One moment, please, while I go find my tube of EEPROMs. Oh, well, I don't have anywhere to post them on short notice. So that'll have to do, Gutbomb. Are they viewable in a hex editor? Probably if you splice them together. But I don't know how valuable it'll be, because usually BIOSes are, like, compressed. Although maybe Quadtel didn't compress their BIOSes. Alright, let me see if I've got 27 CO10s. I know I do. Problem is, I don't think they're blank, and I think they've got labels that have to be removed before I can erase them. Let me see if I can find where I put my order. Oh, here they are. So last time I ordered from Jamco, I bought a couple of. Yeah. So last time I ordered from Jamco, I ordered a couple of EEPROM assortments because that was the cheapest way to get EEPROMs. Oh, here we go. Oh, good news. The 27 CO10s, there's a couple in the tube that have no labels on them. So I can just go ahead and put them in the eraser and probably, well, I think I might need to clean the windows up. Although the sad thing is, a couple of them have Capcom labels on them. Unfortunately, though, I have no idea what those came out of. Well, I can try that right now. That would be the weirdest password in the world. Oh. Oh, fun fact. Computers don't boot without their BIOS chips fully seated. All right.
Please enter your password.
CMACMBLT.
Invalid password.
Oh,
Please enter your password.
C. Oh, CMACMBLT.
Invalid password. Please enter your password.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be it. If I knew anything about BIOSes, I would be pulling it up on a hex editor and figuring it out on live. But I don't know enough about BIOSes to do that. You'd just be watching 2.5 hours of me staring at a hex editor. All right. So if I'm going to be able to write that other version of the BIOS to even see if it does anything different, I gotta move the motherboard off to the side. All right. I have a feeling the default password is it, it's probably not visible without uncompressing the BIOS so that you could disassemble it. I'll probably post something to the Vogons forums. Unless anyone in the chat thinks the oh, Robert, I'll try that later, but I think I might have already. I suspect that they might have somehow managed in some brief moment of brilliance, they might have actually picked a default password that is very hard to guess, which for 1990 would be weird, but whatever. Or get this. What's the chance that there actually is no default password? Yeah, the password's probably hashed. I suspect that if you uncompress the BIOS code so that you could disassemble it, you'd probably figure it out. But I don't know how you go about doing that. All right. You know, I should. Okay. So I have these wonderful 27C010s. They're pulls from something. They came from Jamco. They were cheap, but the caveat is on their grab bags that they're not erased. And they have labels on them, although somehow, despite the fact that the description said that 5 of them, that they would all have labels on them and you'd have to remove labels, half of them don't have labels on them. So the labels probably fell off. The other half do have labels on them, including 2 that say Capcom. So I'm not going to do anything with the Capcom ones right now. Although the problem is, I have no idea what they go to. They just look cool. I would start a submission to the RetroWeb for okay, so what did I just put on those? Eucalyptus oil. It's Joe's recommendation for dissolving the adhesive. Plus, it smells great. Mmm. Ah, oh, that's so smoothing. The file link from Discord, I don't know that it'll work. All right, hold please. Here, let me I just realized I have the technology. OneDrive, documents, new folder, stream. Let me put them somewhere where I know people will be able to get to them. Move to stream. All right. Share. Anyone with the link can view. And this is going to expire in a week. Copy. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I should probably share this. Anyone with the link can view. There. Okay, so if anyone wants to take a look at the BIOS files that I dumped, use that link there. And you should be able to download the zip file. Is there a high-res image on the motherboard? Since these are not EEPROMs, the password won't be in the ROMs. There must be an yes, that's the DS1287 chip that I was modding to add a new battery to it. I thought the problem was that it needed the original chip because it wasn't compatible with the replacement module. But it looks like the problem is, I highly suspect that the clock chip was pre-programmed, possibly with probably clearing some data, because I bet the BIOS has a problem with passwords. Or that's one way to make sure you don't access the computer when the battery dies is... Oh... That's probably it. They probably pre-programmed some setting that has passwords off, and you can't turn passwords off in the BIOS. It's their way of making sure you can't log into the computer when the battery dies. Okay. I bet the reason why the replacements don't work is because they pre-programmed something into the chips. There we go. No, I cannot read the Dallas chips in my chip programmer. And besides, the Dallas chip that was in this board was dead. The battery was dead. There was nothing retained in it. It's not the Dallas module's non-volatile RAM is battery backed. So when the battery dies, you lose your data. It's not like magnetic memory or something like that. It's Yeah, that seems to be too secure for a consumer computer from the 90s. I agree. Maybe it was their business model. I don't know. I don't know. It seems really weird. But I mean, explain what I'm seeing any other way. I mean, sure, maybe there's a bug in the BIOS. Maybe they hastily released a BIOS fix because people were having trouble running Windows. And maybe they screwed up passwords in it. Unfortunately, Emerson Computer went out of business. The Emerson Radio discontinued their computers before they had a website, so there's not even something on archive.org I could go to go look at a knowledge base. I mean, there's no manuals for this computer. That I bought from eBay, the place where I buy everything I later regret. Adam says maybe PCs are just garbage. Well, I'm not having very much luck with 286s, I'll give you that. So I'll go put these in the I've got a UV eraser. Just as soon as I just want to make sure I get all the adhesive off the windows so that they actually erase. I decided I'd go ahead and erase all 5 in case some of them don't erase. And then I'll go get the other motherboard. Those businessmen love when their computers talk to them, yeah. I'll go get the other while these erase, and then so that I can try that earlier version of the BIOS. I'll go grab the 286 motherboard, and we'll give it a look. All right. Okay. Well, it does look like I did get the adhesive off for the most part. So the first step is I use the eucalyptus oil to dissolve the adhesive, and I kind of scrape it off. Kind of expensive, but it smells wonderful. Yeah. Okay, my sinuses will be very clear. That's for sure. All right. And then I usually take some of these alcohol prep pads only because they're handy, and then I just kind of I clean the chip with those, gets the excess oil off, plus also any adhesive that's now loose but not gone. There we go. So there's one. Mainly I just want to make sure the window is free and clear of any contaminants. I mean, I could care less if the chip still smells like eucalyptus because it's not like it's bad for you. Sounds like I need a good Zenith 8088. Yeah, probably. then I'll probably have other problems, but a talking computer that stops at the password prompt won't be one of them. Actually, the thing is, there's another. Yeah. Quite honestly, I'm not having very much luck with 286s at all. Kind of regretting just not buying one of the... Oh, hi RetroTech Chris. I'm having horrible luck with 286 computers. Well, I'm doing fine, but my Emerson 286 that I bought on eBay, well, it prompts for a password. When I put any new, I put the Necroware module in it. I put the Glitchworks module in it. I even modified the original DS1287, thinking that it was incompatible with newer modules. And anything I put in it, real-time clock, you set the settings the first time, and then every boot it prompts for a password, and we haven't been able to figure out what the default password is. So I just cleaned off some EPROMs because we're going to try a different version of the firmware. Okay, let me put these in my EPROM eraser, and I'll go grab the other 286 motherboard, and we'll take a look at it. All right. So I have this wonderful motherboard here that I bought on eBay, the place where I buy everything I later regret. This is a Western Digital WD286-WDM2 motherboard. I guess we'll go over its specs real quick. Not that they're... Well, it does have a few neat things, maybe. Alright. So, it appears to have a Faraday chipset of some sort. An AMD 286 at 12 megahertz. A Phoenix BIOS. I believe this is going to be Phoenix before they bought Quadtel, because it's got a copyright date of 88 on it. This may be a very early 286 board. It's got a Western Digital chip that says Proto on it. So it's got Paradise PEGA graphics. So there's the video RAM. I believe this chipset does support Plantronics Color Plus mode. It has a floppy controller, a MFM hard drive controller, an unpopulated IDE port, which if I can get this board to work, I probably will put a header here. There's the math coprocessor socket, and then here's where the real-time clock module went. And if I can find where I set it on my bench. Oh, there it is. I was going to go ahead and put the original module that came out of this board back in there. It has a battery. I have no idea if this is going to make it work. But the problem is, because I think I've shown this board before, I'm pretty sure I have. All I've been able to get this board to do is have a blinking cursor, and that is the most I've gotten it to do, and that is with the onboard video, which I believe is. I'm going to have to double check it, but I think the onboard video is J22. I'll pull the board up because I do want to double check that. So though I may need to look, I might have had a different video card in this computer when I last tried it. So let me pull up my own let's see here. Da-da-da-da. Copy. Let me pull up the RetroWeb, paste and go. Downloads, jumper manual, because I don't remember. So J22 is the PS2 mouse port. It is J21. There we go. So J21 is the video header. I'll have to plan my next trip up, Chris. Okay. Oh, it does help to have a power supply attached. So for this board, I'm going to use this ATX power supply with an adapter. That way I can leave the other power supply plugged into the Emerson motherboard. Make it easier to switch boards. All right, black's in the middle. Fortunately, this board uses a standard pinout, even though it's weird. Okay. So I think if I turn the, there we go. All right, let me go to the capture input. I think I selected the correct input. All right, RGB to HDMI is seeing a signal. I picked the wrong input. Sorry about that. There we go. And we have the flashing cursor. I'm looking for my postcard. I'm still looking for the postcard. I should probably just get one of those chains like the bank puts the pin on in the lobby and put my postcard on the other end of it so that I don't misplace it, because that probably still wouldn't help. I'd probably still manage to misplace it when the chain breaks, when I realize that it's like 2 millimeters too short for the computer I'm trying to plug it into, and I'll break the chain, and yeah. All right, hold please. Oh, there's my postcard. The reason I'm grabbing it is so that I can, it's got a speaker on it. Okay. There we go. Postcard in. And I don't remember what the speaker goes. The speaker goes into J24, which is right here. All right. So, all right, right now we got a postcode of 36 and 2 beeps. And yeah, postcode 36, Phoenix BIOS. Oh, we get a blinking cursor. That's it. Guess I should make sure that it's jumpered for onboard video. Let's see, video jumper configuration, internal video only, EGA, off, on, off, off. Okay. Yep, and W18 is open wherever W18 is. Where's W18? W18 is nowhere close to... Oh, there it is, W18. It's right beside W17, and it is open. All right, so it is jumpered correctly for EGA. Adam says he has an 8-ohm speaker with a long cable glued to his workbench because he kept misplacing them. Yeah. All right, Phoenix BIOS post codes. Because I've misplaced the manual that went with my postcode scanner. Oh, let me actually... Actually, I bet the manual's available online if I just search for it. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's not it. That's the manual for a toaster oven. Nope, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Yes, I need the Star Empery Electronics PT-109 operating instructions, not the toaster oven. Apparently there's a toaster oven with the same model number as my postcode scanner. I doubt the postcode scanner is compatible with the toaster oven. Please don't try. I'm not responsible for the toast that you make afterwards. I am still scrolling the manual to find the Phoenix BIOS section to see what 36 means. Well, apparently... Oh, that's cool. Well, this postcards manual has some default passwords in it, but none of them are for Quadtel. Hmm. All right, let me see if I can find the Phoenix. I'm pretty sure the chat's probably. Oh, good night, Frank. Phoenix BIOS beep codes. That's not what I want. Arg. Hold on. Okay, Phoenix beep code. That's not what I want. Phoenix BIOS postcodes. There we go. Phoenix 4.0 BIOS. I think these are too new. All right, 36 is not even listed in this list. Okay, this list is too new. Yeah, let's see here. That's too new. Okay, let me find another website. Oh, maybe the Mr. BIOS website, because it's got a pretty good list of postcodes. Let's see, Acer, AMI. Yeah, interestingly enough, I think the Mr. BIOS website has a better list of postcodes than for all BIOSes than some other websites. Here we go. Let's see here. Code 36. All right. Well, let's see. One of the meanings could be a gate A20 failure. Gate A20 failure. Ooh, gate A20 failure. My keyboard misbehaving, maybe? All right. Where's the keyboard controller? Okay, this is supposed to be the keyboard. Well, that is quite honestly the. Is that really the keyboard controller? All right, let me check this chip. According to the RetroWeb's manual, it says this is the keyboard controller. I'm not sure I totally agree with, because this sure looks like a ROM of some sort. Okay, well, I got one way to tell. I'll try to power it up without the chip installed and see what it does. That's the keyboard controller. Then hopefully I'll get a different postcode. I don't think that's the keyboard controller. Quite honestly, I thought that was the character ROM. Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. I just pulled a chip. Theoretically, that means I should have gotten some different error. I didn't get some sort of different error. Why does that chip exist? That is a great question. Because quite honestly, and I'm almost tempted to, I mean, I hate removing labels, but I think I'm going to have to remove the label and see what this actually is, because considering I just removed it and nothing changed, it might be the source of my problem. And I was thinking it was a character ROM. All right, I'm going to take a picture of the label. Just because. Because it looks like it's some version number or something. Okay, so I guess it's going to be hard to see because I don't have much bench space, but all right. I'm going to remove the label and see what kind of chip it actually is, because... Oh, hey, Will Jr. 880. Because if this is a character ROM, then maybe it'll explain why I never see any characters on the screen. All right. All right, let's let the eucalyptus dissolve the label. And then we'll see. I guess in the meantime, because I don't think this BIOS has been archived. So I guess in the meantime, while we're waiting for that, I'll of course the problem is I don't know what size ROMs these are. All right. All right, so I just read out the BIOS. This socket is for the floating point processor. Okay, so I just read out the BIOS, or the U50, which is, I believe, the even BIOS. That is just a guess. And I believe these are 27C 256s. All right. So I'm reading. Let's see. So this is U50. I just read. So this is Western Digital WDM286. Wait a minute. WD. Oh, that's right. The WD286 WDM2 is the board model. WDM2, and this is U50, which I believe is even. And the reason why I think it's even is because at the beginning of the BIOS, there's a capital letter in what I believe is a sentence. If I read the other one, I will probably have confirmation. All right, I believe this one's the odd. Let's see. Clear current buffer, read. No, this one's the even one. I got fooled. This one's U49. And the reason why this one's the even is because I can clearly see, now that I see the rest of the text that is in that sentence, it says Phoenix Technologies. So the S, the capital S was for, oh yeah, there's some hidden characters or something. Okay, so I will upload these, because this board is on the RetroWeb. I will submit these BIOS images. So that if someone has this board and, well, they might at least have some BIOSes they can try, although I haven't gotten mine to boot yet, but okay, now let's see what this other chip is. Let me see if I can get the label to come off. Nope, label still. There we go. The reason I'm removing this label is because if this is actually the keyboard controller, I don't want to try to read it like it's a ROM. Because I thought this was the character ROM for the onboard video. Because it has the number of pins I would expect for a ROM. And sure enough, this is a ROM. It is a Toshiba TMM 2464AP, which I believe is an early EEPROM. Or it may actually be a PROM. I take it back that it may not be erasable, but it definitely, the label says that there's a programming voltage. So this may actually be a one-time programmable ROM, but it is a 64K ROM. It is not, this is definitely not a keyboard controller. Which leads to the question, if this is not the keyboard controller, even though the documentation seems to indicate it is, what is it actually? So I guess let me put this in the programmer. I think I can probably read this as a 27C. Actually, it's probably a 27C64. We'll probably read it. Turn off check ID, read. And well, I mean, I read data out of it, but I have no idea what it is. There's nothing in it that's human readable. So I have a feeling it is the character ROM. Also wondering if it's not actually working. Okay, well, I mean, okay. Well, I guess I'll put it back in. I deoxidated the socket. Yeah, I'm finding it very, very, very interesting that this board, that there's like nothing that appears on the screen but a blinking cursor. Okay. Now, there are some things that I haven't tried tonight, but I've tried before, and that have yielded no success. And I know someone's going to ask. So I am putting in the 8-bit Trident VGA card. Unfortunately, this is going to cause I think this is going to cause a post error, but I don't think anything will ever appear on the screen. All right, so let me change the scaler to VGA. All right, and post code to 36. And let's see, there's no VGA output. Okay. I think I gotta change. Okay, I gotta change jumper settings probably. Alright, now this is where it gets interesting. This board does not have a setting for VGA. So, see, my choices are internal video only, Internal video is primary color. External video is secondary monochrome. Okay, that's not going to be right. Internal video is secondary color. External video is primary monochrome. That's not right. Internal video is primary monochrome. External video is secondary color. That's not right. Internal video is secondary monochrome. External video is primary color. So I guess let me do CGA 80 columns for that. So that is going to be off, on, off, off, on, off, on, off, and CW18 is still open. Okay, so we'll go back to the capture. It's probably going to show. Okay, I think it's not going to sync on the RGB to HDMI. Oh, look. Okay, it did sync. So we still have a blinking cursor there. But do we have anything on the VGA? So far. And no. We have nothing on the VGA. Still seemingly giving a keyboard controller error. I think I need. Okay, so I'm going to unplug this keyboard. I want to see if I get a keyboard error or something if I unplug the keyboard. Oh, let me check. Which keyboard mode do I have this on? Wait, did I switch this to... See, W12. W12 is open. So it's AT compatible. All right. The keyboard is in AT mode. I may try a different keyboard because this keyboard I have, there might be something weird with it. Okay, so let me go back to the RGB to HDMI because we're not getting anything on the VGA. Still got a postcode 36 keyboard. I don't know that I've got the right postcodes. I don't think postcode 36 is that doesn't seem right. I should be getting a keyboard error. This is weird. All right. All right. So it would appear. All right. So my Trident ISA Super VGA does not ever do anything in this computer. Let me switch this back to EGA on the onboard graphics. Off, on, off, off. Off. On, off, off. Now, this is the weirdest thing. I mean, it seems like this motherboard is getting far enough that we should see something on the screen. But yet the only thing we ever see is a blinking cursor. I've never been able to get a graphics card to work. Like an external one, maybe with the exception of I've got an EGA card here. I think I might have gotten it to show something, but again, I think it was the blinking cursor. Oh, cool, Chris. I'm stumped. I'm of the opinion that the list of postcodes I have that are supposedly Phoenix BIOS postcodes, I'm convinced it's wrong. Yeah, I don't think those postcodes are right because that doesn't. I the only thing I can think of, despite the fact that I like am fairly sure that this BIOS should be printing something on the screen. I'm almost tempted to program a. Almost tempted to program an XT IDE BIOS just to see if I stick a card in, do I even get a banner? I would find nostalgic value in that system, Jeremy. Especially if it happened to be an HP Pavilion. Okay, so I am going to do something wild and crazy here. I am going to attempt to. No, I'm not going to attempt to disable the onboard I/O. I'm going to see what happens if I plug in a controller card. Actually, I would like to get a different postcode. We should have a resource. Nope. Still got postcode 36. I didn't make one lick of difference in postcode. Ah, okay. Scarlett's asking. Scarlett the Four-Eyed Cuda is asking, is jumper W12 open or closed? W12 is open. I can close it and see what it does. This keyboard I have, I believe, is supposed to auto switch. Okay, this keyboard is not okay, this keyboard is all right. Let me grab this keyboard down here, and hopefully I didn't put the screws back in it. I did not. Good, because it's got a switch on the inside of it, and I can switch it to XT. And we'll see what this board does if I try to boot with an XT keyboard attached. All right. Actually, it was already in XT mode. I mean, seriously, I'm still baffled as to why all I get is a blinking cursor. It's okay. So I got an XT keyboard plugged into it. It's jumpered for XT. Well, I got it to do a bunch of weird stuff. Well, if I press a bunch of keys, the postcode changes. Probably to a keyboard error. Okay, what is postcode 3A in that list I found that I was wondering if it's even correct? Because I bet 3A is a keyboard error. All right, let me find the list I had that I closed because it looked wrong. Let me see what it says a 3A is. Nah, no, that doesn't look right. I think I got the wrong list of postcodes. I think I need to invest in a book that has the old postcodes in it. Because a lot of websites with postcodes for BIOS companies that still exist give you the new BIOS codes. Yeah, I think those are all. Expires 4.0. I think those are all too new. I think these. Honestly, I think I got the wrong list of postcodes, and I can't find one that seems to line up with this board. I mean, maybe 3.6 is gate A20 failure, but I certainly don't see the keyboard controller on this board. Which means the keyboard controller is one of these chips that's in some weird, funky package. It might mean this board's a goner. I may not be able to fix it because I don't know. And it has a separate keyboard controller. But I'm still baffled as to why I get nothing on the screen but a blinking cursor. All right, let's jump in for AT again. I am. It's like the. I know it. It's a. It's a. It's a. It's a 26 12 megahertz, not socketed. Yeah, this 286 board's being a stinker. Keyboard controller is the IC between W6 and W8. No, it's not. This is a ROM chip. I think the keyboard controller is actually one of these two chips. If not, this chip. If not integrated. Because this, I think, is the character ROM. It's a 64 kilobit PROM, programmable ROM. I don't think it's an EEPROM. I think it's a PROM. I think it's the character ROM for the onboard graphics. I'm almost tempted to see if I can find another BIOS. Oh wait, I bet I know. I bet I know which one's the keyboard controller. Hold please while I stare at the surface mount chips. One of them caught my eye. It looks like it's a. Oh, I bet I know which one it is. All right, let me see if I can. Nope. Okay. Oh, great. Keyboard traces are like in some middle layer. All right, I got a couple suspicions. I think the keyboard controller is either this chip here. This is like an NEC. I think this is an this is something more than just a standard logic chip. I think it's either this one or this one. Because one of these two is a microcontroller, and I have a feeling I have a feeling because this, I believe, here is a resonator. I bet this is the keyboard controller right here. It's a WD10C20B JH-05. It's a 32 pin. No, it's a 28 pin PLCC. I bet that's the keyboard controller right there. No, that isn't the keyboard controller. That's a programmable ROM. That page is wrong. This is not a keyboard controller. This is a ROM. It's a Toshiba TMM 2464 AP. I mean, that I believe is a ROM part number. I think the diagram's wrong. Because that part number looks so much like a ROM, I'm not even looking it up, which is probably means I'm going to be wrong, and it is somehow a microcontroller, but I think it's a 64 kilobit ROM. Yeah. I think the keyboard controller is this one here because there's a resonator beside it. I think this is the keyboard controller. Right here. Not I'd have to look it up, but it's like some Western Digital microcontroller, I think. I mean, it might be this NEC chip here that also looks like it might be a microcontroller, but I think this is the keyboard controller right here because it seems to have its own clock source. Which means I definitely don't have anything on hand to try swapping it. If it is even a gate A20 failure. No, Gutbomb was also asking. Yeah, the image on the net with the jumpers has it listed as a keyboard, but it's not. Yeah, Jesse says that 286 board is a representation of how my 90 is going. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I thought, yes, keyboard chips are normally closer to the keyboard port, which could mean that this VLSI chip is actually where the keyboard controller is. But, or maybe it's one of these Intel chips. Because they look like they're in 8032 and an in 87. Oh, maybe this is the keyboard controller right here. It's an N8742. And it's got a label on it like a firmware version. I bet this is the keyboard controller. I mean, this might be a microcontroller for something right here because it looks like it has its own clock source. But yeah, I bet this is the keyboard controller right here because this is an Intel part. It's got a label on it like all the other programmed parts. That's probably the keyboard controller. And I don't have anything on hand for that either. And no, it's not marked keyboard. That would be too easy. It also may very well, if I look, it might have jumper J12 running straight to it. No, I think this is a 4-layer board. I'm having trouble. Yeah, it's probably one of those Intel chips. I mean, Western Digital did make chips. It wouldn't surprise me if they would have sourced a keyboard controller on their own. All right, let me see if by chance I can find a BIOS. Let me see if I can find a BIOS for this chipset. All right, let me see if there's a Mr. BIOS for this Faraday chipset. And that's going to be a great big no. Faraday is not even listed as one of the manufacturers. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's not going to work. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let's go to the retro web. Let's see if there's any other boards that have used this chipset. Okay, there are a couple boards that use this chipset. That's good. Maybe. Okay, that one doesn't have a BIOS. I'm looking, I just want to see if I can't get a... I just want to try burning another BIOS because there might be something wrong with this BIOS. It would be one reason why... One potential explanation as to why nothing ever appears on the screen. But it would appear as if... No. Nope. Nope, they don't have that one. Oh, surprisingly, they don't even have that one. There's a Packard Bell that... Nope. Don't have a BIOS for that one. Unfortunately, it appears as if none of the boards that use this chipset... Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't know how well this is going to work, but... Because this is off of a 386 SX board. I'm just double checking that this this board... Oh, you know, I think Faraday made these chips for Western Digital. Okay, I found one board that supposedly has the same chipset, although I'm not entirely convinced. I'm trying to look at the chips on the pictures because I would like to find at least one of the chips. No, I don't think that's actually the same chipset. Okay, that's not going to work. All right, RetroWeb, motherboards, chipset manufacturer, Faraday. Okay, that's not good. Okay, chipset, Western Digital. Okay, I'm just looking to make sure. Okay. Looking to make sure that I got the that maybe the board, maybe their website has the wrong chipset for the board. FE3000A. Okay, FE3010. 3020, 3030, and 3040. Okay. There's 3030. There's 3020. And there's 3040. Okay. So this is apparently the FE 3500 chipset. Oh, interesting. Oh, they've got the wrong chipset assigned to this board on the RetroWeb. Unfortunately, that's actually makes it less helpful because they have no boards labeled with the correct chipset. I will make sure I flag that error. All right, let me show all the Western Digital boards. Let me see if any of them have a BIOS. Nope, that one doesn't have a BIOS. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. So unfortunately, I cannot find a BIOS for any board that has the same chipset. So that is not an option here. Unfortunately, it would appear as if short of maybe searching the web. All right. What's the chance that Western Digital's website would have the BIOS for this board on it? Select a product family. View all products. There we go. Product category. Maybe this would be an accessory? Nope. Nope. Okay. Nope. They don't have yeah, they don't have anything this old. Wait a minute. Okay, I just found the BIOS for the WDM2 board. Unfortunately, the RetroWeb does not have a picture of it. So I cannot confirm how close it is. But I think it is close enough that I'm going to try it anyways. All right, let me see if I've got any 27C 256s. All right. I mean, I'm pretty sure I do. It's just the question is, are they blank? We might get a built-in excuse to go back to the other board while I wait for more chips to erase. Okay, that's... Alright, let's see let's see, that is a 512. I mean, I guess I could maybe, if I got enough 512s, I could maybe use those and write the image twice. That's a 128. All right, there's a 256. That's a 128. That's a 512. That's a 512. Well, I sure have a lot of 512s. I guess maybe I'll use a 512 and write the image twice. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm I'm gonna try 512s and I'll write them twice. I only have one 256. That's blank. Okay, let's see. Load file 8000 and okay. So device blank check. All right. That is not a blank chip. Blank check. That is not a blank chip. That is not a blank chip. Okay, I may not have enough. I may not have enough to try this. Apparently, several of my so-called blank EPROMs are not blank. That is not blank. Okay, why do I have so many EPROMs that are not blank? Okay, it's quite possible that I just didn't erase them long enough. All right, so let me let's see. Device, blank check. All right. Let me change the device types because this is an AMD AM27C512. All right, load. Load 000 and disable. Okay. Device program. Okay, so I'm gonna use a 1512 and 1256 because I don't have any more blank 512s. Yep. Okay. Okay. So that's the even ROM. Yeah, let's see here. This is I mean, I think this will work because it's looking for a 27C256. So I wrote the image twice to the 512. Naturally, I won't have to do that to the... Alright, load. Odd ROM. Device program. Okay, let me go ahead and remove the even ROM. And there we go. Okay, and here's the odd ROM. At least I'm pretty sure that I've identified even and odd. Well, I mean, if I get them backwards, it should be fairly evident. Okay, so fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm getting postcodes. And still got a postcode of 36. I mean, I guess I can plug the keyboard back in. Still only get a flashing cursor. I mean, I do see that the LEDs on the keyboard do blink. When I have the keyboard plugged in, that is. The beep sounds slower. That's still a postcode of 36. Yeah, it's still showing the cursor. It's like... But still, why does it never show text on the screen? Jeremy, I can only think that it's set correctly. My RGB to HDMI is Well, if I don't hit the wrong button. Yeah, it's locked onto an EGA signal. I mean, I can try. Jeremy, it's set for EGA. This is an EGA RGB to HDMI. I mean, if it's not gonna work on EGA on the motherboard, I can start playing the dip switch setting lottery, but I don't think the other video modes do anything different. Other than drive me crazy, because the RGB to HDMI's menu system drives me crazy trying to set the other video modes. I mean, I can try them. All right. Let me go down I'm going to go down the list. Internal video only. So this was EGA 350 or 480 lines. So I'm just going to go down the list, bottom to top. So I'm going to set it for EGA 200 lines. Still getting a postcode of 36. Still. Oh, let me at least put the original ROMs back in, because I think I demonstrated that the ROMs probably isn't the problem. Since these ROMs for the WDM20 board do the exact same things as these, I don't think it's the ROMs. Okay. So the next one down on the list is CGA 80 columns, which means I'll have to change the RGB to HDMI setting. Although we may be able to see enough without me changing it. So CGA 80 columns. Yeah, the beeps are faster with the original ROMs. Okay, you know, that is kind of interesting that although CGA and EGA share a lot of timings, so okay. Alright, CGA 40 columns. On, off, off, on, off. The 286 rabbit hole. Still a blinking cursor. That's weird. Okay. Monochrome. Off, off. Off, off. On. Off, off. And I have to put a jumper on W18. Okay. Alright, well, W18 is... by process of elimination, W18 must be the color monochrome jumper. Since I think the only time you put it on, yeah, is if the internal display is, if the primary display is monochrome. Okay, Alright, good night, Gut Bomb. And, interestingly enough, no matter what I set those switches to, I really would have thought the RGB to HDMI would have lost sync when I went to monochrome mode. But alas, we still have the flashing question mark, or the flashing cursor. Still postcode 36. It's almost like the video chipset is not even home. Alright. Alright, I'm trying to find the, I've got an EGA card around here somewhere. Or my Trident 8-bit card, one. I don't know if I can... Oh, if I can find one of them. Hold please. Apparently I set my 8-bit video card down in a safe spot. So safe that I can't use it. I'm keeping it safe for myself, apparently. Alright. Oh, there it is. Alright. Now, certainly if I plug this video card in, with the board jumpered for monochrome video. In fact, for good measure, maybe I should unplug the... Well, I'll leave it plugged in. Okay, so I've plugged in a VGA card again. Okay, so we still have the flashing cursor on the onboard video. And we have nothing on the VGA card. So let me... Okay. Just in case I missed something. Off, on, off, on, off. So, you know, it would appear that no matter what I jumper the video for, All we ever get is a blinking cursor. Oh, if I can. All right, so I just sprayed contact cleaner on the top of the dip switch block. Okay. Nope, and there's nothing on the VGA card. I'm almost to the opinion that maybe the onboard video is dead. That doesn't make sense because we got a blinking cursor. Robert says managed to combine the even odd ROMs, but it looks like they just contain DOS, maybe, possibly not the password thing. Well, let's see here. Oh, yeah, I know the large portion of those ROMs is going to be DOS. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any other ROM chips on that Emerson computer. I'm stumped. I'm almost wondering if the jumper's settings are incorrect. All right, I'm gonna look at these factory configured jumpers to see if any of them might actually be a like onboard video disable. All right. They're marked in okay on the retro web. They say factory configured, do not alter, and I'm going to alter them. So W2. So I don't know what these jumper settings are going to do. All right. I'm plugged into my 8-bit ISA card. Because I want to see if any of these disable the onboard video. So W2 did not do it. Of course, it's almost like it says do not change, but the position is marked NA. Okay, so W4 is here. And it says it's open from the factory. So I have closed it. Okay. That one did not do anything. So W6. Okay, let's see if W6 maybe is a video disable. Nope. Let's see, W7 says the factory configuration is pins 1 and 2 closed. All right, well, I'm going to try pins 2 and 3. Nothing. Okay, well, I'm going to try no jumper. Yeah, I'm going to table cam so you can see what I'm doing because nothing's happening on the screen. Okay, so W7 is not promising. Let's see, W9. See, W9, where's W9? Okay, W9 looks interesting. It is over by the video configuration jumper, so fortunately, a lot of these jumpers, they're like, okay. And there's like 4 possible ways this jumper could go on W9, so I'm going to try them all. Thinking that one, I mean, these are near the switch that configures the video mode, so maybe one of these is video onboard video disable. I mean, I don't know why they would have marked it as factory configured do not alter. Although maybe they thought no one would ever need to disable the factory video. Okay. W14 is the next one. Yeah, I think W14 is this one here. Oh, that's not it. W15. Actually, I think that's W16. Yeah, that was W16. Here we go, W15. This one here. Anti-right to tinker, yeah. All right, well, that concludes all the jumpers that say factory configured do not alter. Bummer. Hmm. Well, now the one thing I didn't do, because I was looking to see if any of those disabled the onboard video. So, I guess I should maybe see if any of them happen to make anything happen on screen. Nope. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's productive. Okay, there seems to be something I'm missing on this board. I mean, the thing is, it seems like the board is actually doing something because we get beeps. But it's like the onboard video is not receiving data from the CPU. Of course, the thing is, if the onboard video is not receiving data from the CPU, Then why didn't a video card in the ISA slots work? Unless... Is there a... Fortunately, there's no schematics for this board. I just had this thought that maybe the bus transceivers are... One or more of them are not working, but I don't have any spare. Unfortunately, for this board, they're all surface mount, so I don't have any spare transceivers. Are they good beeps? That is the next question. I can't find what two short beeps means on the Phoenix BIOS. I need to find an old reference book, like one of the old like build and upgrade your own PC books. I need to find one of the old ones because I can't find what 2 beeps means on Phoenix BIOS. I mean, they gotta mean something, and the fact that it's 2 beeps and I'm getting postcodes means the CPU is running code. It's like the blinking cursor from the video almost seems like what it looks like when it's like the video is reading from the MDA area of memory and the computer's writing to the EGA part of memory, but then the Trident card should have seen that, so the Trident card showed nothing. I'm wondering if I'm just going to have to start pulling bus transceiver chips off the board. I don't know. Unfortunately, I think this 286 board is kind of quickly losing favor with me because it's like I can't find what the BIOS postcodes and beeps mean with certainty that I'm looking at the right thing. The video mode jumpers don't seem to do anything. I mean, I guess it's... Alright, I guess the next step on this board is I want to see if I can find... Maybe archive.org will have what I need. I will have to find the... I'll have to find the reference. One of the older references, and maybe it'll have a list of the postcodes. Unfortunately, I don't have any... These are all like the tiny surface mount chips. I'd have to, I would be taking a guess at which ones are the bus transceivers. Assuming that's even the problem. How badly do I want a working 286? Well... I don't know. It depends. Okay. I mean... I have a half-working 286 if I'm totally content with using 360K discs only. And booting from DOS 3.31 and ROM. Because all I gotta do is put a dead clock chip in the Emerson 500 EC and it won't prompt for a password. But it will also only boot to ROM, and you can only use one 360K 5¼ inch drive. Ah. Well, well, you can send me the details on Discord and I'll think about it. I'm not gonna I'm not quite losing hope yet that I have 0 working 286 computers. I mean, theoretically, because the thing is, theoretically, someone with the know-how of BIOSes could probably remove the password check from this BIOS and just completely bypass it. I mean, it would have to be someone that remembers how the old Quadtel BIOSes work, probably. All right, well, let me see. I've got what should be some erased 27C010s. You can try the older version of the BIOS that got located. I don't remember who found it because my queue depth is pretty short. Okay. All right, let's see what I got here. Well, Jeremy, if the one you're trying to sell has a special case it needs, then, well, I guess I'd be looking at the whole computer. Okay, let's see here. Device, blank check. AM27C010. That's weird. Okay. Oh, this device is blank. All right, load. For some reason it doesn't. It's an AMD chip and doesn't have an ID. All right. Okay, BIOS. Let's see here. Let me do the even one first. Device, program. Wow, these are slow to. Oh, I don't need to put this in an ATX case, Jeremy. I just the only reason why it's not in the case is because I removed it from the case. I've got the case for it. I bought this as the whole computer. The eBay description just conveniently didn't mention anything about, like, say, for example, prompts for password when you, well, actually, the real-time clock module was soldered, so it's not like the seller would have known. Yeah, I removed it from the case just because you can't get to the you can't get to the I mean, you can get to the first two sims when it's not in the case. The next two are kind of hard, but the rest are under the drives. You certainly can't pull the EPROMs for archiving while it's in the case. I don't have a 287 to put in here. I mean, I've got 287s, but they're I don't think they're working. Plus, they're the wrong speed for this board because this is a 16 megahertz processor, and I think the 287s I have are like rated at 8 megahertz, so I would have to. Okay, so there's the odd. Okay, if this works, I'll put labels over the windows, but although unfortunately I won't be able to run Windows with these ROMs. Is there some incompatibility? With the Microsoft Knowledge Base says the fix is contact Emerson for upgraded BIOS. Okay, so all right, we have all right, got the real-time clock chip in. We got the ROMs in, keyboards plugged in, speakers plugged in. Oh, monitor cable's not plugged in. There we go. Okay, well, I do see. Well, um, well, that's good and bad. So the version of the ROMs that Gut Bomb found don't have password protection. They also have an incompatibility with Windows. I mean, we got the Dawson ROM. It booted that. I know, Adam. Windows is just a fad, but I was looking forward to running Windows 286, which would probably interest me all of like 2 seconds. But yeah, unfortunately, according to the knowledge base article I have, Q83904 Emerson 286 or 386SX hangs during Windows startup. It affects Windows versions 3.0 and 3.1. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Microsoft Windows operating system version 3.1 may hang during startup on Emerson 286 and 386SX computers with Quad-Tel HT113286 or 386SX BIOS version 3.05.08, ROM version 1.04 dated prior to December 1990. Correct the problem, contact Emerson for a BIOS upgrade. More information. This problem occurs because the BIOS startup code places a non-zero value that does not point to an interrupt service routine in the interrupt 5C vector. As a result, when standard mode starts up and calls interrupt 5C to try to detect the presence of NetBIOS, the machine hangs. If a NetBIOS network is installed on the system, the problem does not occur. Well, maybe I can... Oh, hey, Jack. Well, maybe I can still do what I want to do with this computer. Because I think Windows 286 is going to be Windows 2.1. It doesn't have NetBIOS. Well, I guess not getting stopped by a password prompt is... Okay, so I guess... I guess I should probably put some tape over those EEPROM windows before the internet breaks. I'd hate to be on the news. Small-time YouTuber breaks internet because he didn't put tape over EEPROM windows. Film at 11. All right, well, Although, I guess the other good thing is no password means playtime. Well, it's also quarter till. Alright, there's one more thing I did want to do. Okay, so I'm not going to get to the 286 laptop tonight. But alright, if I can manage to not scratch the Packard Bell. So I've got the drives from this system. Oh, good. So you can't see it because my video is tiny right now, but I have the original drive cage for the drives that came with this computer. And one of them is a hard drive. And I don't know if that hard drive works. So we're going to plug it in and we're going to plug it in. And I know last week when I just simply plugged in a hard drive and tried to use it, well, the computer got a nickname. Okay, the important thing is, luckily, there's a sticker that I cannot show you because of where it's located, but it does tell me that the drive type is 17. So, all right. All right, so we'll plug it into power. And, all right, so plugged into IDE, it's plugged into power. All right. Three. Oh, good night, Adam. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a hard drive spun up. All right, let me skip the. All right, internal IDE enabled. Fixed disk type. $17. All right. Okay, well, let's see what that does. See if it even detects it. It'll boot from ROM. Fixed disk controller failure. Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't have F. Okay, so I mean, I think it's spinning, but fixed disk type 17. I'm pretty sure that's what the label says. Oh, hey, Bruce. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so hard drive does seem to be dead. I mean, I hear the motor spin up, but I never hear the heads do anything. Yeah, sure enough. I don't hear any heads. Okay. I wonder if the heads are stuck in goo? Let me see if I can find my rubber mallets. Hold, please. Let's see here. No, I thought I had it the other day. I guess not. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of think the original hard drive is just a bit. Just a bit done for. Which is why I grabbed a compact flash card while before I came downstairs. Though, okay, let me unplug the hard drive. I mean, if I can find my rubber mallet so I can give the hard drive a good whack on the sides to see if that unsticks the heads. Because the thing is, I hear the spindle motor spin up, but I don't ever hear the heads move. I have a feeling the heads are stuck. Okay, let me... Alright, let me see if I can find some things real quick. So we can at least start to... What did I do with the floppy drive that I had in my hands a little while ago? There. Nope, not that one. Alright. I had a GoTech in my hands a little while ago. I'm trying to see what I did with it. Oh, it's right there. Okay. The cool thing is, now that I have this motherboard to where it's not prompting for a password, there's a GoTech. You see, I've got a... Alright, well let's make sure I can set this to boot from a floppy disk. Oh, hey Dave. Previous boot was incomplete. Yeah, I stopped the previous boot. Internal floppy enabled, internal IDE enabled. Diskette drive 0 is a 0.443.5. It's 977, 16, 63. And boot device is disk. But I think that doesn't matter. All right. Okay, so I got a DOS, I think 3.3 disk on the GoTech. Okay, I don't have the compact flash plugged in. I'm gotta go grab an adapter. There we go. Okay, so that's good. Booted from a floppy disk. Alright, let's see if this will support a 512 meg compact flash. I would be... I'm curious. Oh, sorry, I forgot to change it to capture input. It's getting late. Alright. I sure wish these had mark on them as to which pin one was, but I always have to look at a ribbon cable. I always have to look at a ribbon cable that actually has the notch on it. So, yeah, so that's going to be pin 1 right there. Okay. Okay, I am going to be somewhat. Yeah, it's midnight on the East Coast, so I'm winding the stream down. I mean, I don't. Oop. Okay, well, I don't have. Well, actually, it looks like I don't have what. Oh, never mind. I do have an adapter. All right, and I just basically the last thing I want to see is will it detect my 512 megabyte compact flash card that I manually entered the settings for. Well, I'm not going to be able to. The compact flash card doesn't have anything on it. I don't have a compact flash card that this computer will boot. This is the wrong version of MS-DOS. But it does see the disk. So, alright, let me see if I have. Okay, well. And this is the point where. So. Jeremy, I don't want to run DOS 622 on this computer. It's a 286. I'm gonna run DOS. I'm gonna run DOS 331 and Windows 211. So yeah, it could run DOS 622, but you have to do funky things to run older versions of Windows on DOS 622. So I'm just gonna run Windows 3.1 or DOS 3.11, 3.3 or 3.3.1. But I don't have DOS 3.3.1 on my GoTech, and it's past midnight, so I think seeing that I have a version of the BIOS for this board that won't support Windows 3.1, whatever, but at least it doesn't prompt for a password. Oh, that actually leads to a really good question. So I did all that work to mod this Dallas clock chip, but do I really need the Dallas clock chip? So I'm going to actually put one of those modules that I tried to use on Dave's stream and couldn't in the board. There you go. In fact, this one's clock is already set. Floppy is enabled. IDE is enabled. Diskette drive. This fixed disk is, let's see, 977, 16, 63. Oh, and now let's watch this boot into DOS without prompting me for a password. Real-time clock error. Okay, well, okay, well, it doesn't like this module. I think this is the module that I think it's got a benchmark chip on it. All right, well, all right. I think this one's actually a Dallas. I think this one's actually has a Dallas chip on it. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to change the view. Sorry. Yeah, it was system CMOS checksum bad, run setup. Okay. Okay. Well, that's okay. So looks like this board might be a bit happier with the Dallas 12887. And look at that, we're booting DOS. So actually, it looks like I can put the Glitchworks module in this board and not have to worry about the hacked up module that I spent time dremeling out. What do you know? Look at that. Starting MS-DOS. Oh. Oh, it's DOS 622. If I can go into setup. Oh, maybe it's Okay, well, at least the, so will it let me set a... Okay, so that's good. It does let me set a Y2K date. So I wonder what the BIOS will do. Excellent. It doesn't care. It won't let you set it, but it looks like it'll be totally happy if it's there. All right, well. So I guess I have a good start to the getting the Emerson 500 EC up and running. I'll be able. It looks like I'll be able to use a 512 megabyte compact flash card. Although I could use a larger one if I use XTIDE, which I might set up next time I pull this computer out. So yeah, and it looks like I can put the Glitchworks module in here, and I don't have to worry about the hacked up module. So that's good. It didn't like the Glitchworks module I made with a benchmark chip, but it looks like it likes the Glitchworks chips I bought that had a Dallas chip on it. So I guess the next things I'm going to do is I am going to probably start a thread on Vogons to see if anyone on that forum can figure out how to remove the password module from the newer Quad-Tel BIOS for this board. It looks like it is not present in this version, so theoretically it could be removed from the next version, and then I could run a newer version of Windows on this machine if I wanted to try it, and wouldn't have to worry about that pesky password that apparently... I'm wondering if that's a bug in the BIOS. I guess maybe there was something pre-programmed in the BIOS, and... Or, I don't know. That'd be weird. Maybe this computer never worked? No, that couldn't be. I somehow, there must have been a way around the password that maybe it was mentioned in the manual or something that came with the BIOS update. I don't know. Anyways, that's great. At least I got one 286 that's in a more cooperative state. So I should be able to get DOS, an appropriate version of DOS and Windows installed. So, thumbs up to that. So don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications so that next time I have 286s on the workbench, that will probably be uncooperative because that seems to be the trend around here with me and 286s. At least you'll be able to watch me suffer through it and maybe get them working. So until, let's see here, let me make sure I got my, yep. So I guess that's all the announcements. Don't forget, Thursday, I'm going to be doing a Septandy stream. So the Color Computer 2, yes, that is the one that has the speech module that everyone enjoyed. That computer will be back on the workbench. I'll be trying to see if I can fix the yellow bar in high-res graphics mode, as well as I'm going to put a 6309 processor in it. So that will be Thursday, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. So with that, I would like to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.